Hello people of the internet. Hello. My name is Mitsuda Madoi. I'm a forensic scientist who's a side character in a series of mystery novels. And we're here with another episode of Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. Last time on Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, we completed another case and were rewarded with these police files related to our mother's death. Report number 07-43. Yes, the DL6 incident. Officers arrived to find the deceased, identified as Mrs. Violet Holmes, lying in the garden of Stonewood Manor. Visual inspection showed the victim to be thoroughly soaked, with a deep vertical incision 2 inches in length down her throat. Her face was swollen and covered in red blotches, likely cause of death was hypoxia. Awaiting confirmation from medical examiner, the main suspect, Otto Richter, was arrested on the scene and the body was sent for autopsy. Oh my.
Garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it all happened, where it all went wrong.
Sherry, it looks like you've almost found what you wanted.
Oh dear. Things appear to have escalated quite dramatically. So, it seems quite dramatic. My god, I have a backyard! Yes, indeed. Hello, Ventus. So that's quite a case, isn't it? Let's completely ignore it. Because it bothers me, as the sort of person who pays attention to these things, that it's been so long since we got told that the Blackmail meeting was upcoming and did not get anything out of it. And also, we appear to be closing in right on the ending, and also if previous Frogwares games have set any precedent, the next case, Case 5, will be the last one, and it bothers me how little of all this stuff we've seen. So let's begin this case first. Just pretend Sherlock is deliberately avoiding things because he doesn't want to face what he'll find or something. Mycroft's agent, Mr. Esteville, requested my help with a very sensitive matter. Mark Ridley, the son of General Arthur Ridley, is being blackmailed. He is supposed to meet his blackmailer atop the Old City Bridge Tower. I am to observe from a distance, establish the blackmailer's identity, and report back to Mr. Esteville, who will be waiting at my home. The patio of the Primrose Cafe at the western side of the Old City Bridge in Scaladio would be a good vantage point. Old City Bridge, you say? Rolling Bricks Bridge, Thor Bridge, that's gonna be a problem. Pilgrim's Bridge, there's a lot of bridges in this place. Victoria Bridge. Okay, Old City's over here, so it's gonna be one of these two. Maltese, Old City Bridge. And this is probably a North Justified map. So west would be over here somewhere. Get it going. Excuse me, Ossifers.
Oh, you did it, Sherlock! The case is closed and all rewards belong to the winner. Bravo!
It is merely the triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises? No lies? You're happy with your decisions?
It was the best decision I could obtain. The truth must be told in the way it is most acceptable.
You're making progress, Sherlock. I was right to believe in you. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still, I believe that the latter should prevail, and I cannot remain silent.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat institutions, systems, and power. Etiquette, religion, marriage, they're all lies told to preserve connections, love, and sanity, and it's all corruptible.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
You know, I really do believe that a majority of people aren't free. But Sherlock Holmes isn't a majority of people.
Oh yes. It's a struggle, but yes, we can make our own decisions. That's what I fight for.
What an endless fight it is. Will you ever give yourself a break, Sherlock? You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but constantly lie to yourself. How long until the train comes off the track? I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an accident waiting to happen, dear. Until then, I shall bid you adieu.
Yeah, get some better glasses, you hippie. Touch me, you dirty hippie. I don't know where you've been. Right. Let's go see what the waits in the great outdoors. Okay. Here we are outside. Oh, John, what are you talking about? Clear out this stuff, just so it stops bothering me. Okay, we want to go over here. Since this is supposed to be a side quest centric episode, part of me wonders if we shouldn't go around and just walk the long way just to see if we trip over anything interesting. Be pretty boring though. We have polished off multiple main cases since the last time we went outdoors. Just did a walkabout. Let's go swing by Sweet Chariot, the newsstand and pick up some papers, then the furniture and clothes stores and see if there's anything new there. And if nothing comes of that, I'll just fast travel the rest of the way. Oh, new trips over dead body. New case. Joke. Ventus, you joke, but as someone who actually lives in the world of mystery novels, yes, that is quite literally how it works. Once you get that stink of recurring character about you, shit like this just happens.
Extra, extra! Frosty reception for refugees. The British envoy's decision to grant citizenship to the refugees and release them from their camp.
Hey, we did it
Interested in
good.
some Cordona news?
Frost reception for refugees, and good actor killed by bad actor.
Check the
Oi,
front page.
Pums.
You won't regret it.
The British envoy's sudden decision to grant citizenship to dozens of refugees seems to have received a cold reception from the public. Interviews with multiple citizens saw common motifs: a fear of increased crime, a dilution of Cordona's culture, and a uniform insistence that these concerns have no racial undercurrents. The recent discovery of a dead man inside the refugee camp has heightened tension, though police have been slow to investigate. A spokesman for the department suggests that there may have been a quarrel between the victim and members of the camp, but officers have not yet identified a suspect. Cordona's newest citizens may find themselves with few allies as they join the city. As one councillor who declined to be named put it, if those people wish to be welcomed with open arms, they should not have jumped the queue. Yeah, the more things change, am I right? Actually, it's funny, The first ever Sherlock Holmes story, the Study in Scarlet, also featured a newspaper section, kind of like what we're getting here. And it also featured, like, all the modern British papers that are still around today saying the exact same stuff. I thought it was funny. Wish I could quote it from memory, but I'm not that good. Not that much of a Sherlockian, actually. And good actor killed by bad actor. Police stormed the Manchio's mansion yesterday, uncovering a depraved soiree and the body of one of Cordova's most beloved beauties, Fabio. In a sickening twist, the young Adonis was found on a basement altar surrounded by occult inscriptions drawn in his blood. Several attendees of the gala were arrested, and upon further investigation, police determined that the strange circumstances of the death were the killer's attempt to hide the truth. A source with knowledge of the situation tells it was manslaughter and that the owner of the house, Mr. Kurt Manchios, had unintentionally killed the drugged actor in an act of self-defense. Were it not for his attempt to hide the crime, he would have walked free. Instead, Mr. Manchios now faces 2 years in jail. That's certainly a statement. Right, what about the furniture store? Do you have anything for us?
The best antiques in the district.
Yes, hello, I believe some
My
of
goods
this
will brighten up your
rightfully
house.
belongs to me. Oh, an encyclopedia. And a dinosaur skeleton. You can improve any room's feng shui by adding a dinosaur. I believe that is a true statement,
Enjoy your
actually.
purchase.
Okay, alright, what did that do to us? Man, we get paid good. Bought a whole ass dinosaur skeleton that didn't even take us into the double digits. Okay, anything else immediately pressing? No other stores are flashing at me, so I guess there's nothing else. Let's cut a bit of travel time off. And now let us make our way to the scene of the blackmail. Moving on up. I guess this is the place. Yeah, the cafe is probably the one with the tables on it. This is a guess I'm taking. Alright, what's the patronage look like? Scottish tourist. A Swedish adventurer.
Here, grab a seat.
Okay, so it's a tourist trap. We probably could have told you that myself. What about you? What's your story?
You even brought a book, huh?
May I have... Same as always.
You just don't give up, do you?
Oh, come on, let's get closer. Can't see anything from here.
No, too early.
So we're just going to sit here all day?
Patience, John. I have a feeling this is more than simple blackmail. We'll be close when the blackmailer leaves, and then...
See? See? I told you! I told you all! This shit just happens. This is why I don't leave the house anymore.
Oh,
Right.
not a pretty sight, this.
Alright, stand aside. I'm technically licensed by the police. Okay, how bad is it? Give it to me straight, Doc.
Fatal. Gravity is cruel like that.
A rather frivolous accessory for a military man. Shame it's all bloody now.
I'm gonna guess that was some sort of signal for the blackmailer. And nothing on his hand. Nothing on his other hand.
He was stabbed several times before he fell. The shape of the wounds suggest a curved blade.
Doesn't look like there's any blood on this. I
The
don't know.
knife is missing.
Okay, no. Okay, probably stabbed with his own knife. Okay, I was about to say. Does this key
A key,
open?
and where there's a key, there's a lock.
Who's it?
It's almost like he's dancing.
Dancing the dance macabre.
No signs of life, no pulse. I'm declaring Corporal Ridley dead.
John, it's almost like you're a doctor or something. Over here.
What's happened?
Suppose any of you saw anything.
May I ask you something?
I usually have an answer for everything, but not for this.
Nope, well, I tried.
Please move along. The police are on their way. Everything's under control.
Is it now? The General's own son has fallen out of the tower, and not without help, it seems. I need to inspect the scene, and quickly.
The corporal? He ordered me not to let anyone inside without telling him. But now... Wait, are you saying it's a murder?
So the door... Hello again, Walter. Okay, so the door was guarded. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess there isn't one.
A brief
second
examination of the body was enough for me to conclude that he was murdered by a blade of Ottoman origin.
You can't possibly be so certain.
Oh, I can be. The corporal suffered deep stab wounds which were inflicted with great force. They were made by a knife meant for cutting, not stabbing. A curved blade, such as an Ottoman jambir or a Gurkha kukri. I haven't seen any Gurkhas on the island, so the conclusion is quite obvious.
Amazing. You do seem more than competent. All right, go in. I'll wait here for the police.
Did you see anything suspicious?
No, sir, nothing. Corporal Ridley had to attend to some private matters upstairs. No one went in, no one came out. Oh, but that means the killer is still inside.
Does it?
Are you sure?
Does
you're not going
it?
alone?
I'm not alone. I have my friend with me.
Your friend? You mean your gun? There's no one at...
Never mind, I'll be fine.
Alright. Okay, this is a pitch I'm interested in.
The killer's gone, vanished into thin air.
Alright, let's see how impossible this impossible
Imagine
crime
if we'd
really
been able to get up
is.
here 10 years ago. Oh, it would have been the perfect base.
Alright, room. Tell me your secrets. Here's the
This
knife.
blade is a naval officer's dirk. Sharp and well cared for.
It's got blood on it, but it doesn't match the shape of the wound, and it's not very
The
much.
edge is covered with blood, but the tip is clean.
Fascinating. This table is broken. Not sure what we make of that. Here we have some mail. Here's the blackmail letter. I know all about your latest affair. Meet me in the Old City Bridge Tower. Come alone, bring 100 monkey ears if you don't want the word to reach the wrong ears. Culprit seems to be a bit of a poet.
Exactly 100 mangears. Killer didn't touch them.
So the victim had every intention of paying, but wound up dead anyway. One must wonder what, if anything, we make of that.
Gonna join the Navy after all. That'd make Mycroft so happy, you know.
Shut up, John.
There's this mud on the inside of the room.
Can you smell the body odor, John? Someone's been hiding in here. Someone sweaty.
Unless it's a laundry chest. But then it's a different mystery altogether. The case of the vanishing sweaty pantaloons.
Talk to me about your sweaty pantaloons, John. Okay, so if someone was hiding in here, that's one thing. But they aren't hiding in here now.
There's a nice view from here, don't you think?
Strange. What else does this room have for us? I do wonder, I do wonder. There's a knife. Over here.
This cigarette is still smouldering.
It hasn't been gone long. Right? Just gonna lie here for a minute. Alright, what can we put together from this? Well, this is where it happened. I don't think that's how it works. Let's see, we know the victim was stabbed, whether we get anything out of... We know the victim's knife was used, and we know that it's not the murder weapon because it doesn't match the shape and the blood amount and location is wrong. The killer was wounded. Knife fight. Knife fight. You're gonna fight with a knife. Knife fight. You're gonna fight for your life. Knife fight. Really, 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 really sharp knife. Okay. There's blood on the floor near here, so I'm pretty sure the stabbing did take place, and I didn't see any stabbings get done anywhere else. I think the knife was on the table before the culprit came out of the box because that would provide an opportunity for the victim to see him come out and grab it, which would lead to them having an actual struggle and not him just getting stabbed in the back, which would lead to the victim being able to wound the culprit, which would lead to the struggle taking them over to the window, which would end with him going out. Why the culprit victim went out the window is the thing I was most concerned about, aside from the impossible disappearance.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Give me that. Makes perfect sense to me.
Ridley was attacked by his blackmailer, but before being pushed out the window, Ridley managed to wound him. The killer must still be bleeding.
There we go. And now we know, and knowing is half the battle. Hiding inside an empty chest, the assailant caught Mark Ridley off guard. A fight ensued. Despite being wounded, the assailant killed the corporal, pushing him out the window and fled, leaving the blackmail money untouched. The killer must still be bleeding. If that's the case, then where did he go? Oh, look. His bloody handprints. The bloody rope. Extreme! Getting away with murder!
Come on, let's take the rope down.
I'd rather take the stairs.
What a bore.
Right, so the culprit went over there. I feel like someone should have seen that.
So what happened? Was there anyone upstairs?
No, the killer escaped. We're dealing with a carefully planned assassination. What can you tell me about the deceased?
We were from the same unit, stationed together at the barracks by the bridge, but I can't say I knew him well. Maybe someone at the barracks could tell you more.
So you knew the victim, did you, Mr. Guard? That's interesting.
Do you know if the corporal had any enemies? Someone who would want him dead?
No, none that I know of. But then again, there's always the Ottomans. They'd want all of us soldiers dead, I reckon.
Interesting, interesting. Excuse me, everybody. I am off to actually resolve this case while you all sit around doing whatever it is you do. Hey, did the zipline go out the other way? I think it did.
What's happened?
Good job, buddy. Good job blocking the crime scene. I see you are completely succeeding in stopping anyone from passing. Okay, here's the line. Goes over that away. Comes down here. There's the blood. Here's the landing zone.
That was a rough landing.
There, we just follow the conveniently placed blood traces. Sorry, I don't feel so good today. I'll be mostly looking. That's fine, Walter.
Wow. Amazing,
I'm just
right?
talking at you this whole stream anyway. It's a lot of knives. What do we make of this? Rather, what even is this?
How many knives do you think are stuck here? I keep losing count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 45, 1, 45, 46, 47, 50, 51, 52, 55, 57, 76, 77, 82. It's over 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. This one's got blood on it. That's certainly interesting.
Curved knife covered in fresh blood. There we go.
Right?
Doubt that this eagle is purely ornamental.
Careful, Sherry. Locals aren't too happy with what you're doing.
Oh.
Leave the knife here. Now is a bad time to ruffle any feathers.
Excuse me, everybody.
Don't touch those.
Leaving now. I've done my work here. The exit was over here. Excuse me.
Don't.
Excuse me, I will just be on my way now. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. That's interesting. I'm gonna give these people a bit to cool down before I return to questioning them. So the victim was stationed at the requisition house near the bridge in the old city. I can ask about him there. The bridge in Old City. Is there only the one bridge in Old City? In the requisitioned house. Well, given the way the people responded, I assume the pillar has some sort of religious significance. I'm guessing we're gonna have to be able to pass for a believer if we want to ask anybody about it. Near the requisitioned house, near the bridge in Old City. Guessing they mean this one. So if we head on over to the other side. Hold that thought. We just got a navy blue, even though it's gray. So the Navy officer's uniform increases the intellectual look for some reason. And crossing this uniform with a bare head seems wrong somehow. Put on some glasses to make ourselves less obvious. If I had another face, do you think I'd wear this one? I don't understand the look we're going for here, but I guess it's working. Yep. This is exactly what I meant to do. Alright. Careful not to jump in the sea. At the requisition house near the bridge in Old City, I can ask about him there. The requisitioned house. The requisitioned house. Oh, they have fried chicken. CFC. Here's the denier.
May I ask for your assistance?
I don't know, but I'm sure there are others who'd be glad to help a fella in uniform.
Okay, so we do have to be in the right location before we start poking anything. Does the near the bridge in Old City mean we need to be on the Old City side? Is that where we should be looking? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh, where is it?
I hope the police find the murderer.
You're an established character, not an NPC. I have my eye on you, man. Requisitioned house.
You aren't here to relieve me from duty, are you? Oh well.
I'm the master of disguise. Sir, might I perhaps speak to you? You regard me better than the other guy.
May I ask you something?
Ah, I know this, yeah, let me help you.
So the victim was a known Lothario who had recently ended his promiscuous ways after meeting the One. That's an unfortunate motive. Could have spoken to that guy, would have liked to. Right now, we're inside, let's look around the victim's stuff.
Do you know anything about this?
I don't know, but I'm sure there are others who'd be glad to help a fella in uniform.
Right. Where does this door go? Which of these doors leads to the victim's room? 5. Your key said number 4. How fascinating.
A room after my own heart.
A little austere for my taste. There are scratches on the floor. The locker was moved.
Yeah, I saw that shit as soon as I walked in the room. Right? Xylon's letter. Since our last meeting, I've been dreaming of our short time together, but my dreams keep turning into nightmares. I fear that someone will find out. I know what I said before, but I was wrong. I want the life you promised. I'm ready to escape with you. I will be waiting for you at my house, at dawn. Use the entrance with no eagle over it. The servants will expect an Ottoman woman wearing the scarf I gave you. Everybody make note of that. Here we have the money.
That's quite a hefty sum. Enough to start a new life.
Is it? Man, inflation hit this place hard.
2 tickets to London. Would have been a very different ending for the Corporal's story.
Okay, so a narrative is forming. Question is, what is it? Look at this
Being
photograph.
a general must be difficult. Rise all the way to the top. Make me proud, son.
I don't think he particularly wanted to. Son, as you are aware, our position on Cordona is that of a man astride a 3-legged horse. 2 legs are manpower and ships, the third, like it or not, is the House of the Eagle. Remove one and everything will collapse. So would you kindly pull up your damn trousers and start behaving like a Ridley? I've tolerated your escapades long enough, and now I hear you've been gallivanting around the old city. This must stop. Immediately. Ottomans live by their own rules. As long as we respect them, our fragile peace holds. Do not disappoint me. General Arthur Ridley. And a playing card doesn't tell us anything interesting.
Can you imagine me wearing that uniform? I think I'd look rather dashing.
And what is in this room that I've not seen? Can't go through the victim's pockets. Can't look in his drawers. Can't go through his drawers. Can't put my hand in his drawers. We done here? Now we can analyze the blood on this scarf. Or possibly clean it off so we can use it as disguise paste. 3 minus 1 is 2. -5 minus 1. -6. 4 plus 1 is 5. That's quick maths for ya. It's time for new math. New math. There's never been a better way to review math. It's so simple. So very simple. That only a child can do it. I successfully removed the stains without damaging the fabric. Now I can wear it as a disguise. Okay, so we got 2 places to go, and both of them need to be a disguise. We know this relates to the Ottomans. This seems like a detail we should know before messing with the person who uses the Ottoman signal. So I think I'm going to go hit that up first. That's the door's got a big old label on it. Excuse me, gents. Fellow naval man coming through. Alright, now that we're outdoors, just gotta duck off into a shady back alley. It's good enough for Superman, it's good enough for me. Scarf. Let's see, they said they were looking for a... No, wait, hold on. I just said... You dweeb. You nincompoop. Let's see, what is the most Ottoman I can make myself look? The Emerald Ottoman outfit looks good from a fashion perspective, but the beige one is more authentic. The merchant's attire fits my build better, if that's a thing we care about. And also lets me ask people what they're buying. Fez. I wear a fez now. Fezzes are cool. So the scarf is just slightly more ethnic. And it's the Shenandoah beard, despite its name. Probably because of its name. I don't actually know where the name Shenandoah comes from. We should. Just make ourselves a bit less standout-y. Now, if we return to the sign of the eagle... we should be able to hobnob with the locals. Ah, God, the sun! It burns! My eyes! My... Same hat.
May I ask you something?
Brother, you're fortunate I know something about this.
That's convenient. An eagle with outstretched wings, Ottoman said is a symbol of the House of Hassan, the most revered family in the Old City. Their house stands on the western side of the Old City Market. Market, western side. Gotcha. So this is the building, unless I horribly misinterpreted something. Doesn't look like we can just walk on in.
You have no business here. Go away.
Who's there?
My house. The servants will expect an Ottoman woman wearing a scarf. Well, good thing I've got feminine hips. Gotta find a nice private spot. Take off my fez. See, what sort of womanly get-ups do we have? I wonder. This look is more than 50% Ottoman. Yeah, this'll have to do. I hope this'll do. We're clearly up to something shady. Hopefully the fact that we're hiding most of our face won't set anyone off.
Who's there?
Nope. Let's really hope our womanly getup is good enough.
Who's there?
Darn it. Gonna have to get a woman's fez, aren't I? At least the market is close by. Excuse me, I'm interested in buying some clothing.
Nice affordable clothes. Step right up. Let's pick something that suits you.
Let's see. Light suit, female Ottoman outfit. Don't know how often we're gonna need these. Can I just rent it? Female Ottoman outfit. Women's fez.
Be careful with what you've taken.
Of course, of course. Female Ottoman outfit.
Let's pick something that suits you.
The women's fez, please.
Don't leave. Take one more look.
I can only
Let's pick
rent one
something
thing at a
that
time,
suits you.
can't I? Fine, your fez is cheap, I'll buy it.
A good choice. A good choice indeed.
Female women's outfit. Women's fez. Scarf. No facial hair. Light makeup.
Nice of... Affordable clothes. Step right up.
Alright, now then.
Another knife.
Excuse me, gentlemen, you appear to be talking about something interesting. Jacques Marsh. I deeply apologize to anyone who actually knows how to pronounce that. Or blood vengeance. Heckin' blood vengeance. Came to Cordona from Albania during the Ottoman rule. Some locals find it appalling, but not all, and the Pillar of Knives stands high as a grim reminder of that. So a knife is supposed to represent blood vengeance. But we don't know for certain. How rude.
Who's there?
I know I'm dressed up properly now. One of these doors is going to let me in.
What nice weather.
What nice weather, yeah. All right.
Help me, please.
You'd better think of your safety, madame. Who's there?
You are expected. Quickly, come in.
Okay, thank you.
My love, oh, I'm so... Who are you? Where's Mark? Answer me or I'll call for help.
You will do no such thing, Jalen. We both know it.
How do you know my name? And why are you wearing this scarf? What has happened?
A flood of questions, but I only have one answer. Mark Ridley is dead.
No, this cannot be. You're lying. Tell me you're lying.
Keep your voice down, miss. I don't have time for a lady's hysterics. Mark has been murdered, and I believe that the murderer is part of this house.
No, it was a secret. We were meeting. How could anyone find out?
The truth always comes out one way or another, but enough of this. Tell me, have you seen anything suspicious here?
No, I heard the servants talking about blood near the main entrance, but I didn't think... This is too much for me. I can't.
Why did you have to be so mean to her?
I wasn't mean. Now is not the time for pity.
Is that you or your reptilian brain talking?
Sherlock, in this world, there's always time for pity.
I'll be right here.
Right now, what? Pin the evidence and use Sherlock vision. And also just search around generally. Who are you and what's your story? Just a servant. Okay, I guess that's another servant. What is there to be found in here? Doesn't look like there's anything of consequence in here, so let's go through the room. It's just a kitchen.
Do you think they'd mind if I washed my shirt? I haven't changed in days and I'm starting to smell.
A pile of fresh clothes. How convenient.
So, someone could have changed? Is that what we're meant to take away from that? And here on the floor...
All soaked in blood. Well, a fresh shirt is as good a lead as any.
So, think you can identify the killer on the first try?
Huh. Do you doubt me?
A blood-soaked shirt, clean laundry, killer must have changed to fresh clothes. Now, I did see that one of our boys was dirty. It's a dirty, dirty boy. So that's probably not him. Culprit literally just changed, seemingly. Has been a decent while since we used that fast travel point to advance time. But you know what I mean. Your clothes are dirty, it's not you. Your clothes are dirty, it's not you. Are your clothes dirty? You have been stabbed. Consumed by guilt or stress. Oh, you have the hives. And also a stab wound. Recently went through a struggle. Sheath but no dagger. The culprit is at the House of the Eagle, judging by his ornamental sheath. He is a scion of this family. Wearing a bloody bandage in his shirt due to the missing knife in his sheath, he is clearly the murderer. His heart is still racing. He's still wound up from his fight. He's trying to suppress it, but his body gives him away. The consequence of that is fine slipping in. Everything in his bearing indicates he's smitten with remorse for what he did. Honestly, I usually like to see the best in people, but considering we're basing all our deductions on the freshness of the evidence and that he's apparently committed honor killing, I think he's more likely to be just on edge.
What are you staring at, you crazy woman?
Let's not start shit just yet.
Huh? Did you want something?
I've been able to observe the suspect up close and identify him as the murderer. Now I can take his portrait to Mr. Estivo. Guess that means we're done here. I'm taking my leave now, I'll be taking... Which of these is the exit? I'll be taking my... This is the way we came in. I'll be taking my leave now. There we are. Big ornate double doors with big old knockers on them. No, God. What's with these places? Okay, that door opens. What on to? Laundry room again. Damn you, one of these is an exit. Okay. Okay, we're outside now. Now then, if you all will do me the honor of allowing me to walk away. There we are. Now if we just return home, we can talk to our older brother's henchman, even though we're very mad at the man himself.
Mr. Holmes, I trust your mission was successful?
Successful is hardly the word I would use. Mark Ridley is dead.
What? How? Explain.
Blackmail was a ruse to kill Ridley, but I managed to track down the culprit. He comes from a very influential Ottoman family. All things considered, I chose not to turn him into the police.
I see. Your prudence is commendable, Mr. Holmes.
What will happen now?
I cannot tell. I'm just a piece on the board, same as you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to report to your brother immediately.
Honestly can't believe you let the killer go. I thought it was a joke till the very end.
John, you need to understand the bigger
all
picture
to
here
ourselves.
sometimes.
Can you believe it, Sherry? I have so many ideas.
Mycroft's kind of a piece of crap. But I trust that he's not the sort of person who'd let a murderer go completely unpunished. Sometimes we gotta grind a bit slowly to make sure that there's no collateral damage. Right? Well, that took less than an hour. What else do we have? Got stuff to do. Mycroft spies. We've been working for Mycroft once. Let's do it again. Spy on the inside Hercules. Mulligan! With the eels. The informant can be found near warehouse number 3. He is an informant. He is an ex-military man who lost his eye in battle. Seems like as good a spot to start as any. So, near warehouse number 3, ex-military with one eye. Which of these is warehouse number 3? It's not even a warehouse at all. You can find his obituary in the recent news from Silverton. Okay, if we start with that, we'll have a good starting point. Step outside in front of the Chronicle. Just step in through the front entrance.
Good luck, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, thank you, madame.
Killed with one perfect shot to each eye. Can you imagine?
I'm telling ya, you just trip over stuff. the old ruins. After precise hits. People are talking about a man who was killed in the old ruins on the southwestern side of Grand Sarai. Apparently both his eyes were shot out. Strands credulity, but worth investigating. God, there's a lot of stuff happening in this town. Okay. Nope. No. 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 Okay. Obituaries of commoners. From Silverton. No, a specified recent news. There we go. Tragic accident, Silverton at the age of 29. Loving father, upstanding wife and 5 children. Has scars, no hat, and an open shirt. No facial hair. Not old. Got scars. An open shirt. We're gonna have to get that. We're gonna have to get that specific haircut, aren't we? Okay, Silverton's up here. I haven't seen a Silverton market at any point. Near warehouse number 3. Trying to remember where the warehouses in general are.
Not bad.
Purchase anything.
The worst clothes at the best price.
Well, how can I resist?
Step right up.
Yep, nobody's selling
Why
wigs.
don't you even come here then?
Sorry, I thought maybe you were someone else.
The worst clothes at the best price.
I'd like to purchase some of your wares, good sir.
Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye.
Green Toshier, make the dark bits of a room yellow instead. There's a music box. Ghosts sold separately. A taxidermy creature. A deranged artist brought it back from a flooded city. Man, that's weird. Preserved offcuts. Best not ask questions. Gonna have to raise some more money first.
The best the flea markets can offer.
Hello. How do you do?
How'd you do? How'd you do? Warehouse number 3. Warehouse number 3. It's not warehouse number 1. It's not warehouse number 2. That's not even a warehouse. This isn't even a warehouse. Okay then. Good is our disguise. Exactly. It's scars and an open shirt, but it looks like his shirt is darker. This British constable doesn't particularly like us. It's probably a good sign, all things considered. At the very least, it seems like this outfit doesn't stand out, so we're probably on the right general path. Just gonna keep on going down this road and we'll get there soon enough.
Mycroft's informer should be somewhere around here. Try not to mess it up, or you'll blow his cover.
He's an ex-military man who lost his eye in battle, who will respond to the code phrase, "How much for the fish?" You have lost an eye, but I don't know if it was from battle or not.
I'll be right here.
Why do we have to pay them to look the other way? It's not like we can't just deal with them.
Who was on the gang's payroll? The police. Just in general, the police. Stop the goddamn presses. Alright, your eyes don't work, but you're not missing any. You know how to use a gun. Johnny. Think that was the guy there, but I'm not a gambling man. I think I'm right.
The paint is fresh. This symbol was drawn recently.
God, this place is mysterious. Right? Excuse me, sir.
Can I ask you a question?
I used to work in a factory too, but things changed. Come back when you change too, then we'll talk.
Okay, I'm guessing that means our outfit isn't good enough. Okay, so I'm guessing we need a different colored shirt. And that hair.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
You'd better get out of my sight, pal.
Okay, well, we don't have any money for a change of clothes, so I guess we're gonna have to do something else first. A traitor hit the soldier and he crashed onto my table. The sailor started pushing me around, though I didn't mean to spill my drink on him. I fell on the soldier who lashed out at me like it was my fault. Stand up for myself, someone smashed me with a bottle. The traitor spilled his beer on the sailor. This is boring to walk through. Enough of this. Let's go figure out that magician. Magicians always make for interesting culprits. Excuse me, Aberdeen. First, let's go back to home base. Back into our proper type getup. Now, back to the Chronicle. Let's see. Grand Sarai. House robbed. Current events. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I guess this would be more of a job for the police archives than the news, since we're looking at an ongoing investigation. La Polizia. It's not La Polizia. This is La Polizia. Check the archives. Property crimes. Criminal pattern in Grand Sarai. Dispatching you to investigate burglaries at the addresses below. Look closely to this amazing Alonso guy. He must be somehow involved from Chief Constable Donovan. Here we go. Okay. Gruber, Lane, and Calf. Gallifrey Street between Belvedere Street and Bonanza Road in Grand Sarai. Lady Gruber. Gallifrey, Belvedere, Bonanza. Bizarre, red beard. Dates Fairley Cal, Professors, Queen, Bonaparte, Vernet, LeBlanc, A Silent Way with a Silent Voice, Souls Row, Joy Ave, Cumberbatch Street, and here's Belvedere Street. Here's Gallifrey Street. Between Belvedere Street and Bonanza Road, on Gallifrey Street, is Belvedere. So it's somewhere in this neighborhood. Given that she's a lady, I assume she's in this big house with a long front lawn. Or front drive, rather. Possibly also a front lawn, who's to say? Haven't seen the place yet. Right? Let's see what the amazing Alonzo left us to work with. Place is over here. Use the fast travel point over here. Do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, hop 2, 3, 4, hop 2, 3, 4. Attention! We're there yet? We're there yet? We're there yet? We're there yet? It's the place? It's not the place. This is the place, but we're approaching it from the wrong direction. Polite to enter buildings through the front door. Nice to see you too, sir. It's another side entrance. We haven't gone around far enough yet. It's not an entrance of any sort.
Magic is all the rage these days.
Okay. Let's give this place a once-over. Need to be seen outside before we head in. Signs point to no. Well, these decorative chess pieces are pretty nifty. Oh look, it's a ladder. Step ladder, John. You need to stop judging things through such narrow-minded cultural assumptions.
Who do you think you are, barging in here like this? Another hack writer from the Chronicle, here to mock my misfortune. I will not tolerate your lampooning.
I have no intention of mocking you, and I am no hack writer. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes? The name sounds familiar.
Oh yes, you live in one.
To that brilliant young man, Mycroft, Holmes? My late husband, Sir Ralph, spoke very highly of him.
Yes, indeed, he is my brother. I am sorry for your loss, Lady Gruber.
Loss isn't the word for it. It's an outrage. It was a black pearl necklace, not some mere bauble.
Actually, I meant your, never mind. What happened exactly?
What happened? I was robbed, for heaven's sake. While my guests and I were enjoying the amazing Alonzo's show, a thief broke in through the window and stole my necklace.
Okay. I imagine this will be obvious, but who do you suspect?
Do you suspect anyone? One of your guests, perhaps?
Good heavens, no. My soirees are strictly for Cordona's creme de la creme, very far removed from the debaucheries of that libertine Lady Calf. Do I suspect Lady Vaughan, the governor's own cousin, or the Right Honourable Lord Crane, or Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe from Dorset? Preposterous!
Okay, got it.
It was a magic show, yes?
Oh, yes. Alonzo turned cards into butterflies. An impressive spectacle. Everyone loved it. Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe became so excited he had a coughing fit. I had to send him to the guest room to catch his breath.
Is that so?
I'd like to take a look at the crime scene.
Please go ahead, Mr. Holmes. I haven't touched anything whilst waiting for the police. Those laggards do take their time, don't they?
So the necklace was stolen from the bedroom. Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe had to be taken away after a coughing fit, the most easily faked of symptoms.
This room suits me, doesn't it?
What's you say about all rooms, John? And evidence left on the makeup table. There's some cards.
These cards are carefully arranged. The thief is trying to tell us something.
A878. Black, red, black, red.
All the other jewellery is untouched, but why?
This butterfly must have seen something. Come on, little chum. Spill it.
How did it get here?
It looked like a bicycle, but the design on the back had little, like, Cthulhu octopuses on it. That was
This
neat.
bedroom looks more like a treasury.
Or a dragon's lair. Even asleep, she's guarding her precious hoard.
I wonder, have any of you ever heard of the, like, sociological theory that dragons represent... Dragons are, like, symbolically a representation of attitudes towards the rich and powerful? Like, there are more stories about evil dragons keeping hordes during times of economic downturn, and more stories about dragons as guardian spirits and protectors during times when things are generally okay. I mean, I'm a believer in the idea that most fiction, if not all fiction, applies to, you know, sociological attitudes just because people don't derive information from nothing. That seems like a pretty interesting specific manifestation. I don't know. When I was in college, my English professor wrote entire books on the subject, so I guess it just stuck in my head a bit. Anyway, this window's open.
The glass and the locking bars are intact. The windowsill is perfectly clean.
Okay, so there isn't any real evidence the culprit actually went this way. And as we can see, there are multiple ways in and out of the bedroom. How difficult would it be?
Don't distract me. This part's tricky.
For a hypothetical culprit to sneak around without being seen by the people who are watching the show, one must ask oneself. There's nothing on this table. I should look at the medicine cupboard. Just a big old pile of junk here. If, as some ancient alien theorists believe, the culprit passed through the dining room and the window was bluff, what would that mean? Over here? False bottom. Basic
Lord
magic.
Haistow noticed the secret compartment hidden behind all the cards.
Symbol certainly looks interesting.
Pushing this button swaps the upper and lower compartments and releases the butterflies.
So, false bottom box.
Signed by someone from the audience, I think.
Okay. Now we've got the how done it of one case down. Okay, we know one of the guests was escorted off with a coughing fit. Which is quite suspicious. It's very possible he's our culprit. That would cast suspicion on our man. As I mentioned once already, there's absolutely no evidence that the culprit actually used this window. There's a flower bed outside, there's no trampling. There's mud, but not on the sill. Dust stains. As simple as can be. Just plant some false evidence to a culprit we don't know, and they'll never suspect a thing.
The Lieutenant Colonel picked the lock to the bedroom and opened the window to make it look as though someone broke in.
That's one down.
The thief didn't break in through the window, as he would have you believe, Lady Gruber. He picked the lock of the door from the guest room. It seems as though Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe has sticky fingers.
But why would someone of his station commit such a crime? He's a reputable man, a commander of the Dorset Regiment's 3rd Battalion.
Did he introduce himself to you as such?
Why, yes. He was such a debonair gentleman, a brilliant raconteur.
And an impostor to boot. A thief in Wolfe's clothing, so to speak.
Heyo!
Mr. Holmes, that is a serious accusation.
The Dorset Regiment has only 2 battalions, Lady Gruber.
What are you saying? I need to sit down.
Well, you know, I may catch the thief yet. Until then, I bid you farewell.
Okay, that's one down. We know our culprit. Okay. Shuffle deck. Okay. Magic always comes up important. Okay, so Finley Lane. The intersection of Saul's Row and Joy Avenue. I felt like I saw Joy Avenue earlier. The intersection of Saul's Row, Joy Avenue. Yeah, just those 2 streets. The intersection thereof. Saul's Row and Joy Avenue. Nero Wolf Road, Baskerville Street, Nova. Not Seoul, but related. An Arsenal fan. Didn't have enough reason to hate you. Harbor Street, Bonaparte Street, Maple Lane, Diogenes Vernet LeBlanc, Baskerville, Souls Row. The intersection of souls and joy. Here we are. Okay. So if all 3 cases occurred during magic tricks by Alonzo, and the culprit of the first theft was an imposter, the most obvious answer would be that they are accomplices. Alonzo creates an impression.
Extra! Ridley rubbed out.
Good. Interested in some Cordona news?
Always.
Check the front page. You won't regret it.
The sudden death of Mark Ridley, son of... Sorry, I shouldn't neglect you. The sudden death of Mark Ridley, son of General Arthur Ridley, has shaken Cordona. Authorities quickly arrested another Royal Marine, Anthony Harris, for the murder. Mr. Harris was found at his post near the Old City Bridge Tower, a few yards from the site of Mr. Ridley's death. Per a police source, the alleged motive for this vile crime is trivial. Envy. Mr. Harris proclaimed his innocence, but failed to convince the jury and has been sentenced to death. Mycroft, you absolute bastard, I trusted you. Mr. Ridley's body will be returned to his hometown of Zebez for burial. Mycroft, I put so much faith in you. Can't believe this. Oh, that'll teach me. Teach me to have faith in another human being. My own brother. Can't believe this. Okay. So he's a So the guy we're looking at now, he's a big, flashy magician. He steals from the rich and powerful. He only makes off with the most valuable things available. Is this guy a phantom thief? We're dealing with another freaking phantom thief. I really hope not. He even left us a calling card. It's so obnoxious. Sir Finley Lane's gallery. Is this Sir Finley Lane's gallery? That's a window. Yeah, that was your story. Takes regular boat trips. Good for you. Be a police wagon outside this place. Certainly suggestive, but I can't get inside. Excuse me, ma'ams. This is the way we just went. Can't go in through that door. If that is even what it is. Can't go in through the gate. I'm guessing this isn't the building. Maybe. It's this one, because it's the one closest to the actual intersection they were telling us to look at. Going this way? Going this way? I thought that gleam was an interaction point, but I guess not.
Could you help me? Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Okay. I should have killed you to just leave me a street address. Jesus. I thought I worked for you. I thought we were partners. There we are.
Magic is all the rage these days.
Okay. Here we have the Lane residence. Let's see what nonsense went on in here. Nice
My
hat.
apologies, but I am not in the mood for visitors. Not after the debacle that was my last auction. Stolen from by my own valet. Bitten by the viper I nursed in my bosom. Oh, the indignity.
Oh, drama indeed. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I could help you get to the bottom of this.
Sir Finley Lane, philanthropist, industrialist, art collector. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I suppose I could use your help, if only to confirm my suspicions about Vincent.
Okay. What happened?
What happened at the auction?
I intended to sell the gem of my collection, Cordona cypresses, to fund an orphanage. God knows we need to take some of these poor waifs off the streets. To entertain my guests before the bidding, I arranged a magic show. When it was over, I went upstairs to the gallery, and it was gone. The cypresses were gone.
I don't like the way you talk about them, but at least an orphanage is a good cause nominally. Unless you're running it poorly.
Could you tell me more about Vincent?
A scoundrel with one leg and two faces. He's been my valet for a dozen years. Who would have thought that he would stoop so low as to steal from me?
Vincent has only one leg.
He lost his right leg in the Crimean War, but despite his age and his peg leg, he's actually quite spry on his foot. I took him in, gave him a job, and this is how he repays me.
Okay. Tell me of the show.
Did your guests enjoy the show?
Oh, yes. The amazing Alonso is well worth the money. The orange trick was nothing short of amazing. Everyone was completely enthralled.
Okay. The yellow dialogue is mandatory. Always save mandatory dialogue for last. Don't want to miss stuff.
So you suspect your valet of stealing the painting?
There's no one else to suspect. He's the only person other than myself who was upstairs that day. He had asked for a day off only the night before, so I was a little surprised when he came here just before the auction.
Did he tell you why?
Something about a damaged wallpaper roll. I'm refurbishing some rooms, you see, but that's his job. I don't bother myself too much with the details.
I'd like to take a look upstairs where the burglary took place.
Well, you look like a decent man, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to my gallery. It's the only copy, so please don't lose it.
Only one key in existence, huh? Anywhere we can go that isn't there? Potentially additional evidence in need of collecting. The oranges.
These are real sweet-smelling oranges, not props.
Man, aren't you glad I took a look at this?
Secret compartments are hidden amongst the fake foliage. Nothing but a clever illusion.
Have glasses, are they?
There are traces of concealer on the rim.
And the button.
Pushing this button makes the oranges grow within seconds.
Okay, doesn't look there's anything I can do. The glasses quite yet.
The next lot is Sherlock's Unmentionables. Do I hear £500? 400?
You would absolutely be able to sell those for 500, John. Don't sell yourself short.
These must be the names of the contributors. Pretty big for an orphanage. An ambitious project.
Questionably ambitious. So, what are we thinking? Tax dodge? Legitimate labor camp? I wouldn't put anything past these types. Our thief has yet to kill anybody, which means the game is probably going to ask me to sell him as a good guy. That's making the entire investigation a waste of your time and mine. Let's do with blue paint. Suspicious, but the game's not telling me anything about it. It's nothing equivalent over here. Fascinating, Captain. Here's the gallery.
Oh, someone spilled the paint. Mind your step, Sherry.
Paint came from in here.
Right, footprint size 9. The paint splatters on the plank and floor don't match up.
Something was moved.
Fella's only got one leg. Can't blame him.
A wallpaper roll has been moved. What do we make of that?
If it were up to me, this renovation would have been much nicer.
Now, what will we deduce when we actually see the crime scene, knowing what we know? Just power walk on in. Scratches from a flat object.
Remember playing sardines as a kid, squeezed into tight spots? This feels the same.
Exactly
The frame is
one
intact.
empty
You took
frame.
only the canvas.
Again, only targeting one thing. I'll show off.
The end's in Miner's End. The end of what?
Of some miners, apparently.
It doesn't matter who squeezes the oranges. What matters is who gets the juice. Cordona cypresses. Angelo Cicchetti, 1840.
Quite interesting indeed. Boy fancies himself a poet in addition to all the other nonsense. This room's quite small and lacking in interesting details. It's interesting in the sense of being relevant to our case. So, let us put all this together. Yeah, it seems like it'd be difficult for a one-legged man. Yeah, it depends on what exactly it is we're building, doesn't it? That seems pretty clearly the work of our actual culprit.
The thief entered the house disguised as Vincent, removed his fake peg leg, and walked across the plank to the gallery where he stole the painting.
Certainly complicated enough. Okay, that's 2 down, 1 to go.
Your valet is innocent, Sir Finlay. In fact, he wasn't even here on the day of the auction.
But I saw him with my own eyes.
The man you saw was disguised as Vincent, with both his legs present and extremely capable. As you were engrossed in the show, he walked across a plank to the gallery right above your heads. An acrobatic feat of no mean proportions.
My good old Vincent. In truth, I didn't doubt him for a second. Do you know who the brazen thief is?
Not yet, Sir Finlay, but rest assured I will find him.
I would be much obliged if you'll recover my painting, too. Just think of all the urchins who would get a chance at honest work.
Yeah,
Wait
right.
a moment. I thought you were planning to fund an orphanage, not a workhouse.
Bah! Workhouse. What an outdated notion. The orphans will be fed, clothed, and educated. Yes, they will also learn an honest trade. What's the harm in that? Surely it's better than picking pockets and begging on the streets.
With all due respect, Sir Finlay, this is exploitation of child labour, no matter how you look at it.
You're entitled to your opinion, sir, but the fact remains the painting belongs to me, and what I do with it is nobody's business but my own. Thank you, and good day.
You're a real stand-up guy, sir. Lady Cass is on Baskerville Street, north from the crossing with Silent Way. Silent Way, Baskerville Street, somewhere in this neighborhood. Guessing again, targeting rich people, it's the building with the really long driveway. Fast travel point basically right on top of it. That's convenient. Scamper on up.
Magic is all the rage these days.
Okay. So our thief is a master of disguise and a bit of an acrobat. It's like all the pompous little fucks.
Well, aren't you a dashing young man? May I ask your name?
Sherlock Holmes at your service.
I'm Lady Carf, but please, call me Miriam. How have I never seen you at any of my parties? Oh, you've missed out on so much fun. The latest one was a blast. First, a magic show, and then, to everyone's surprise, an audacious burglary.
I beg your pardon, Lady Carf, but why are you so excited? Wasn't it your house that was burgled?
Let me ask you, have you ever witnessed a crime at a party?
Yes.
Of course not.
Several
But my
times.
guests have. Oh, it was a night to remember. Everyone's gone home, but at least I have these fine gentlemen here to keep me company.
This looks quite lax for a police investigation.
I'm sure the officers are eager to sink their teeth into the case, but I thought a small aperitif wouldn't hurt. Nothing like a little champagne to get the brain working, I say.
Could you be more specific? What exactly happened?
Well, there were drinks and hors d'oeuvres, followed by more drinks, of course. And then we gathered to watch the amazing Alonso saw himself in half. Oh, it was breathtaking. Some guests had to be revived with smelling salts. Then I invited everyone upstairs to see Abel's collection of curios. And there, someone had stolen Abel's treasure.
Who is Abel? Your husband, I take it?
Yes. My Abel is a famous, what do you call it, astrologist. He travels the world, digging up saucy sculptures, old chamber pots, that kind of thing. You boys and your silly hobbies.
Astrology, another field that is commonly related to mysteries. Astrology, archaeology, basically anything that can give lots of big symbolic objects or symbolism to add texture and an interesting pitch to what is fundamentally a very dry, logical genre. Tends to come up a lot.
You mentioned a treasure.
Frankly, I have no idea what it is. Some kind of shell the size of a dinner plate. Didn't look that valuable to me. Abel brought it back from America, a place called Massachusetts or something.
You mean Massachusetts?
Yes, Massachusetts, that's what I said. He's been strangely obsessed with it ever since. Locked it inside a chest like some treasure. Poor Abel, he's going to be so upset when he returns.
I'd like to take a look upstairs where the burglary took place.
Certainly, be my guest. Such panache. You have to see it to believe it.
Okay. Well, that should prove interesting. Aliens.
Sir, only just wash the upstairs floor. Just stay down here until it dries. Sir, only just wash the upstairs floor. Just stay down here until it dries.
Oh gosh, I feel sorry for the housemaid.
Lady Carf certainly spares no expense.
Sherry, we are spending too much time hunting criminals and too little time carousing. These people certainly know how to have fun.
Yeah, look, they've got a whole plate of nothing but bananas. Didn't even fry them first.
Shards of a broken bottle. That must have been one wild party.
The sommelier did it because his sense of taste was ruined in a hit-run accident. I got it. That'll be $50. Lady Calf's Party Marathon. They say Grand Surrey is the district that never sleeps, and they don't lie, especially when it comes to the Calf residents. Lady Miriam Calf, wife of the acclaimed archaeologist Sir Abel Calf, has hosted 10 parties in this month alone, and she doesn't plan on stopping. With her spouse away on an expedition to Mesoamerica, Lady Calf is hosting yet another lavish gala, this time featuring Cordona's best entertainer, the amazing Alonzo. Anyway, here's a hat.
Short brown hair without a root.
Likely a wig.
This ribbon bears faint traces of soot.
Well, there ain't any rabbits in this hat.
Can't use it for any chemical analysis of the soot.
This deceptively simple box is actually an elaborate apparatus.
Such is the way of all magic.
Alonzo must be a short, lean person to be able to fit inside. An industrial-looking saw, I imagine it's fairly loud.
Okay, so
The
whatever
saw
it was
working for several minutes to
probably
build up tension
noisy.
in the audience.
Whatever it was, it probably made a lot of noise that needed to be covered up. Sorry about this. But there must needs be an investigation. Police just aren't up to it. Or much of anything else. Okay, nothing out in the hall. Let's investigate the scene.
I can tell this one is old.
Mayan artifacts, excavations in Quirigua, Guatemala, 1873. Another box here.
This doesn't make sense. Why haul this machine up here if one could just steal the chest?
I'm not half bad, am I? You have to admire the gore.
Do I? Do I, Sherlock? Here's a spot.
It looks like a leaf from a fruit tree. Botany's not exactly my forte, but it could be a pomegranate, possibly?
That's where the shell was sitting. Okay, this one seems almost too straightforward. The noise of that, anything else is downstairs, was covered up by the noise of the song A Person Half Trick performed up there.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Okay. Hello, my
chest and
dude.
mask the sound, the thief used the same equipment as in the magic trick.
Thank you for the
and
hydrate.
at exactly the same time.
We're investigating a case of phantom thievery committed by a magician and a mysterious accomplice who's a master of disguise. Okay, we figured out the how done it behind 3 cases, and we appear to have picked up some evidence regarding the Alonzo and his mysterious accomplice. Now the question of the hour is, what do we go from
Are you
here?
quite certain that you don't want a drink, Mr. Holmes?
Must have come from the garden outside.
That's it. A pomegranate.
Yeah. Now what?
Don't look at me. I'm not in charge of the investigation.
This ladder's pretty long.
Long enough to reach the first floor.
Culprit did come in through the window this time. And some footprints on the way over here to this shed.
These gardening clothes look dirty, but those aren't grass stains. It's paint. These are fake. Large boot, size 9. The rubber is very thin, too thin for actual gardening work.
Disguised as a gardener this time. So there we have it. 3 thefts, 3 solves. Now all we need to do is figure out who.
I can tell you how the crime occurred, Ma'am, but first, if you'll indulge me, you don't have a full-time gardener, do you?
No, I don't. Why, do you think the lawn needs mowing?
Your lawn is perfectly fine. I just wanted to confirm my theory. The thief was disguised as a gardener in order to blend in with the servants. He used a ladder to climb up to the first floor and later escape.
But the sawing? Surely we would have been alerted by the sound.
Ah, this is where it gets interesting. You see, the thief timed it precisely to match Alonso's performance. Evidently, he knew the trick inside out.
Golly gosh, that makes it even more extraordinary. Mr. Holmes, you are a delight. You absolutely must come to my next shindig.
I can't think of anything I'd rather do less, but this investigation is far from over. Farewell.
Okay, now. The thief left behind 3 clues. 4 cards on the dressing table, Ace 878, the end in Miner's End, and a gardener's disguise from the costume shop. So, something involving a gardener in Miner's End in 1878? What are you trying to convey to me, and why can't you just say it in English? Wouldn't this be better served by investigating at the police station, City Hall? Or the Chronicle? I wonder.
Treasure maps from the governor. Find 8.
Got those already. Start looking through archives. Gimbel's Costume Atelier, located on Copper Street between Lestrade and Furrier Streets in Miners End. Established in 1878, the atelier went bankrupt the same year. Building has since been abandoned. Quite fascinating. Lestrade Furrier Copper. Carpenter, sinking silver, miners, having biggest straight the street. Then Bridge Poe, Market, Furrier and Lestrade, Copper. Somewhere around here. Yeah. Now we just have to go over there.
Hello.
Hello. We run over in this direction for long enough, we will Excuse me. Why are you wearing that hat? Look ridiculous. Anyway, right, where was I? I can't go that way. Let's cut down the streets. And it should be here somewhere. On Copper Street between Lestrade and Furrier. It's not this one. He's not here. Cut down the road in this direction. Veer around. Nice straight eyebrow.
May I ask for your assistance?
His Majesty came out of his palace. I know nothing.
Alright, one of these is the building we're looking for. We're in the right area. No, we're not. Back on track. Do one to it. On Copper Street, between Lestrade Road and Furrier Road. Somewhere here. Gimbals, it's okay, apparently it's just here. Now we just gotta circle the building until we find an entrance. That door's not opening. Climb up this flight of stairs. Can we get to a door that will open? Signs point to no. This is the correct building, isn't it?
You must be the amazing Alonso.
Sir, if you want to book a show, unfortunately that is not possible. All of my props have been confiscated until further notice. And if you're here to ask me about those burglaries, I have nothing to add to what I've already told the police. It wasn't me.
Boy, I wonder. Yep. I count the dudes by the thin fingers, but the mustache clearly gives it away. I imagine it's difficult to be a female illusionist in the 19th century. I can't blame her for trying to build a career. Cross-dressing is not a crime, and I have no solid evidence to prove that the amazing Alonso is behind these robberies. I would rather listen to her story first. Let's at least hear her out. The actual crimes part of the crimes were not committed by her.
I'm investigating the burglaries in Grand Sarre. The clues led me to this atelier, but I did not expect to see you here. Someone has clearly been playing tricks on you. Cruel tricks.
It's good to know that you're on my side. I'm here seeking answers the same as you. The person behind this knows my tricks well. So well that it's uncanny. The thing is, I used to practice here back when the atelier was in business. Some of my props are still in the basement. And the answers are too, I think.
What are you waiting for, then?
Look around you. This neighborhood is a criminal's paradise. The building is overrun by bandits. What should I tell them? Don't mind me, fellas, I'll be in and out.
Let me compliment you on your disguise, especially the mustache.
Thank you kindly. I wouldn't call it a disguise, though. Alonso is my stage persona. But the moustache is indeed fake, guilty as charged. Mine is a slow grower.
Miss, please, I can see that you're a woman.
Very well, I am a woman. So what? I've learned all my own tricks. I want to be taken seriously, rather than as someone's jumped-up assistant. Do you really think that if I didn't put on this act, I'd bask in the glory of being the world's first female magician?
Actually, that sounds quite plausible.
Huh, that's easy for you to say. Sometimes, if we want to be true to ourselves, we have to pretend to be someone else. My friend told me this once, and I think that he's right.
It strikes me as rather dubious reasoning. Who is this friend of yours?
A close friend, who recently arrived from France. Let's leave it at that. You may have exposed me, but I simply don't see how my personal life is relevant.
Fine. I'll go inside and see if I can find something. Don't go anywhere.
A friend from France, you say? Oh boy, I was hoping we'd be able to get through an episode without this. Here comes the fight scene. Alright, where's the boys? Where's the boys? Always. Always with the decorative Molotov cocktail, guys.
Don't cry, the snuff's ready.
Who else? Who else wants some? Excuse me, gents. Good night. have my ammo. Oh god, what else? I'm not tired. Good night. There's a foot. Quit shooting at me. That is so rude, how dare you.
Can overcome the brute.
That was dicey. There's your knee.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
Anyone else? Oh. God. Ow, 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 ow. Where are you? And that's where my reload. Yes, mate, just 1 second. Just. Ow, 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 ow.
Time to knock this guy out.
Oh. Sir, please stand up. I need to shoot you.
I'm gonna hurt you.
He's all your.
Boink. Boink.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Who's next? Hello there.
Just die. I am invincible.
You know, most video games feature some sort of like, hey, that's where the enemy is locale to accommodate for the fact that, you know, you can't feel things. There we go. Take a nap.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Gently nudge him over.
The snuff's ready. Give him the pepper.
Still, will you?
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Dodge this.
Okay.
Can overcome the brute now.
Hello there.
Excuse me.
No more crime for you.
Slapped.
The snuff's ready.
Just die.
Just told for the love of.
I am invincible.
Time to knock this guy.
Game, respond to my.
I'm coming for you.
Take a rest, my friend.
Just
It's all yours now. Give him the pepper snuff.
May I? No more crime for you until next month.
I'm coming for you.
God, who else wants some?
I'm coming for you.
Quite tired of you lot. Sherlock. No, the other guy, you moron.
Miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
Hey.
I thought we were against murder.
That was the last guy, too. God damn it, game. Alright, this had better be worth it.
So little light for these little fellas.
The same oranges as we saw at Lane's house. Timed to perfection. The saw was tested on different materials, most meticulous. These must be the diagrams of all the magic tricks in the amazing Alonso's arsenal.
You're
getting warmer, Mr. Holmes.
Shut up.
Warmer still. Join me at the fireplace.
Look, I know it's you, Arsene. Just come out here already. Dear Sherlock Holmes, I trust it is you who are reading this. Clearly no one else would have half the wit to follow the clues. The police are incompetent most everywhere, but here they are exceptionally pathetic. So imagine my surprise when I learned of you. A diamond in a dung heap. Finally, a worthy opponent. You see, stealing is a kind of magic. Every magician relies on his repertoire of tricks to deceive his audience. Alonso is a good magician, but she is not the best. I am. Her real name is Melinda, by the way. Like everyone else on this island, our amourette began to bore me, so I decided to play one last joke before I left. And if you're reading this, the effort was not entirely wasted. I must admit I have a soft spot for orphans, so I leave you the painting. May it go to a good cause. Au revoir, Monsieur Holmes. I hope our paths cross again. Arsène Lupin. Now, Sherlock Holmes vs. Arsène Lupin is, of course, already a game that this company has made. That's how I knew they were not above pulling this little trick.
Warmer still. Join me at the fireplace.
Dr. Claw has escaped, Inspector. Cordona cypresses and a bonus wallpaper roll.
Alright, let's get out of here before the game decides to spring another bullshit combat sequence on us.
So, what did you find?
I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to know.
You won't like what I have to say, but you deserve to know. Your French friend, Arsène Lupin, used this place as a hideout.
No, that can't be true. He's staying at Il Palazzo del Luce. He's there at this minute. But how do you know his name?
It is my business to know things, miss. He is the thief. This was all some twisted joke to him.
No, this is just... This can't. He was the only one who understood me. He said that he loved me.
I don't believe that you'll ever see him again. He has slipped away from the island.
Good riddance to him, then. All men are the same, aren't they? They come and go, leaving nothing behind but lies.
Well, he also left the stolen painting.
So Finlay wants to use it to fund the opening of a workhouse for orphans. And it's a Dickensian cartoon supervillain.
Although I generally do not condone misappropriation, I think you should have this painting. Go to Europe, resell it, learn new tricks. Just don't make a show of it. It's still stolen property.
I will think about it. I never asked your name.
It's Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
I am Melinda Teller. Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are welcome, Miss Teller. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Right? We've been going for a decent while, but there's one more case I want to go through before we... Why is this still open? Let's hit this. Go for the case where the guy got both his eyes shot out with precision, because that's quite interesting to me. And then I think we'll be able to call it a night. Or possibly a day, depending on your time zone. Wait, hold on. I said this last time, but I totally forgot about it because the case ended. Put on our disguises. Now, we probably won't get yelled at when we actually do the approaching parts of the approaching the Pillar of Knives. You know, I've never actually read any of the Arsène Lupin, like, original stories, not the one where he faces off with the great detective Sherlock Holmes, not any other ones. So I didn't particularly, like, notice, like, know what was up. Oh, there was a fast travel point here this whole time, that's convenient. And there's a clothing trader, too. Let's see, where was that pillar? I remember there's one store, there's usually another. I'll just take a brief moment, walk around this general area, see if anything else pops up. Doesn't look like it. And now, having accomplished that, we shall, as they say in the old country, get Here we are. Okay, what do you want me to investigate that I haven't already investigated? Do the soldiery discuss it among themselves?
Could you help me?
Men like me don't like to be bothered by strangers.
How many knives do you think are stuck here? I keep losing count.
So do you want me to talk to the soldiery? Is that it? In that case... Perhaps I will discuss it with the local soldiery. Why is the game... Why is the game telling me to investigate a location, but the description is telling me discuss it at the barracks? I don't remember the barracks were either. There's the Pillar of Knives. There's observation points. It's somewhere near here. It's not gonna be this far afield. I don't think it was in any of these. Anywhere you'd have to like go up or downstairs to get to.
Is this familiar to you?
I wish I could help you, sailor.
Thwap. Thwap. Okay, they have remembered to relock that door after we were finished. Here's un café. It's a soup kitchen. I wonder if we can buy clothes there. Me?
Not bad.
Look at all those chickens. Damn it, this is a waste of time. What I wanted to do... Old ruins on the southwestern side of Grand Soray. That is a point we have had here for a while. There's the yacht club. So a man was killed in the old ruins by getting both of his eyes shot out with great precision. That's an interesting case indeed. Go down this path, we should be able to reach the place. Just follow the gentle curvature of the land. Veer off in this direction. And hopefully the crabs haven't finished eating the body yet.
Good day, sir.
Merhaba. good day to be alive.
And, by extension, a poor day to take a bullet. Why are you just standing there?
I came to take the deceased to the cemetery, but caught sight of Mother Nature's bounty and had to drink my fill. He won't mind anyway. Let me tell you, friend, the sweet sea air, the calming whisper of the waves, it's a salve for all ills.
Yeah, that's interesting. What happened here?
Do you know what happened here?
Officer said there was a duel, shots fired, and then that fellow took his last breath. Reminds me of last year.
So the inspectors have been and gone?
Of course. Police don't let an undertaker do his work before they've finished theirs.
You mentioned a previous incident.
It was in the old city ruins. I remember the deceased was very rich. Front page news, very, very rich he was. But a coin makes a poor shield, as I always say. And who needs it when a view like this is free?
Who died?
Oh, no, mister. It is not my place to say.
Not your place? Nonsense. As you say, he won't mind.
Death with dignity, that's all we can hope for, sir. He doesn't need his name out there.
You're helpful enough.
We're done.
Yeah, I see that now. Well, hot air balloon up there.
This man is no more. He's ceased to be. He's expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff. Bereft of life, he rests in peace. You know the rest.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the pitch of this entire
the rumors
case.
were exaggerated. The blindfold is intact, with both eyes unharmed.
Okay, so the question then becomes why?
The bullet entered the heart at an angle, implying it was fired from an elevated position. He died instantly.
John, stop water-vosing the dead body. Right, how many shots fired?
Blank cartridges filled with a wax-covered gelatin bullet. Effectively harmless, even at close range, but leaves a nice red splash on impact. A Webley top-break revolver.
So it looks like some sort of setup was going on, but our boy wound up dead for real. Also, why are you wearing that suit? Thing looks worse than anything I own.
Key for a birdcage? I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. I suppose there's nothing unusual about someone bringing a lantern if the crime occurred at night. There's definitely something unusual about this dueling
Blank
case.
cartridges filled with red wax-covered gelatin bullets. Most assuredly non-lethal, if rather theatrical on impact. A case for dueling Webley revolvers. The corner of the box is broken, likely from being dropped.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look in the book. Mandatory Blind Dueling Club rules. Do not talk about Blind Dueling Club. The second rule of Dueling Club is do not talk about the Blind Dueling Club. Rule 3, never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting skills. Rule number 3, do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. Number 4, do not talk about Blind Dueling Club. We, the undersigned, hereby declare that this duel shall be subjected to and bound by the Blind Dueling Club's strict code of honor. May the winner be crowned Blind Champion. Signed, E. Von S. and J.D. Witnessed by H.F. Von C., Honorable Referee and Head of the Blind Dueling Club.
Gosh, how exciting. I always wanted to be a member of a club. I bet you couldn't join. No good at following orders, are you, Sherry?
Ah, the contest then. I shall prove my blind devotion, so to speak, to their inane rules, and you shall eat your words.
Fulfill the 3 Blind Dueling Club rules. So those, do not talk about Blind Dueling Club, Never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting skills. Do not shed blood. Old City last year. Front page news. God bless the media. Excuse me, I just want to use your archives. Be in and out in just a second. Current year, last year. Old City. Front page news. A tragic incident in Old City. The young heir to one of Cordona's richest families has died in a blind duel. During the curious incident, the victim, who cannot be named till all of his family are informed, stepped in the wrong direction, falling off a cliff to his death. The survivors have expressed their deepest regrets and sworn to never duel again. Seems unlikely. Okay, the only lead we really still have is more goings-on at the old ruins. Just sprint on down there as quickly as we can to make the case go by quicker.
I love this place. So peaceful here, yes?
Hey.
You know what? That Undertaker has a point. It is beautiful here.
Here we have another blindfold.
A blindfold, discarded or lost.
So there was in fact a blind duel.
Your opponent was behind you. The duelist eventually reloaded his gun, but all the cartridges were filled with red non-lethal rounds.
Quite interesting indeed. Ridiculous suits. Blinds enemies all by itself. Anyway, nobody has anything to say about that awful shade of yellow. I just wear that around and people will treat me the exact same way they would if I were dressed the way I am right now. Damage is probably just, you know, routine. They're called ruins for a reason, damage. Who's there to investigate?
This man is no more. He's ceased to be. He's expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff, bereft of life. He rests in peace. You know the rest.
Boom. Boom, 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 boom. There's something more to be found here. What is it? What is it? It isn't that big. It can't be far away. From a distance, that spot of moss on the top of that broken pillar kind of looks like the Smash Bros. Logo. What is it? Orange. Sherlock's been in enough video games that I'm pretty sure he does technically qualify as someone who could be in Smash Brothers. Okay, everything here has been found already. It's 1, 2. What am I not seeing? 4. Okay, here we are. So you were pointing at the dude, which means the dude was up here somewhere.
Red stains, relatively fresh.
Okay. I said red stains, and that specific shade of red says to me, dye, not blood.
Red stains, relatively fresh.
Going back to the other side, we find a whole fat load of nothing. Yeah, put your hands together or fuck all. Game. Game, what do you want from me? Giving you everything you're asking for. Okay, we get it. The guy was shooting up here. There was someone up here.
Red stains, relatively fresh.
I can do basic arithmetic. Please let me have something. There isn't anywhere up here. There isn't anything up here. Yeah. Not now, Ari. Yeah, little baby. Nice little girl. Dum 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 dum. Okay, guy was standing here. We've established this. I was shooting up in that direction. We have established this. There's stains on the wall here.
Red stains, relatively fresh.
We have established this. Nothing anywhere else this entire half of the map. I feel like we've pretty well established this. So why is the game still giving me a hard time? Supplies.
I love this place. So peaceful here, yes?
What is the game giving me that I do not already possess? I must ask myself. I must wonder.
Red stains, relatively fresh.
How long have you been there?
A Lamat revolver, 42 caliber. One chamber is empty, the others are filled with live rounds.
Okay, thank you. Jesus. This is where he died. He was shooting up that direction. Because he heard a culprit shooting at him. They're blindfolded, so they must have heard it. Otherwise they wouldn't have reacted. Funny visual. But it's not what happened, fortunately. Nobody shot from over there.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. It may have been the referee who took advantage of the duelists while they were blindfolded. This seems plausible, but I must consider all options. What if there was another person here?
Okay, what else do we have to contrive?
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. There may have been someone else here, a fourth person waiting for an opportunity to strike.
If there was a fourth person, the question becomes, where are they now? And if it wasn't, the question is still where are they now, but also so that we can arrest them.
Sometimes I think beauty can blind you, or you can be blind to beauty, you know? Did he see it all around him, do you think, before he covered his eyes and drew his pistol?
First rule of Blind Dueling Club, you do not talk about Blind Dueling Club.
Can we please leave the nattering behind?
Oh, friend, relax. Life's too short to be short with people.
Enough tomfoolery. Give me the victim's name.
I told you that's his business, not yours. 2 men duelled, 1 man died. When you hit a rock, stop digging.
There is more to this case than meets the eye. The victim fell not to his dual opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon your oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Ah, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Eric von Staub.
EVS.
I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
At last. You may return to your vacant stare.
Okay. The victim's name is Eric von Staub, somewhere from Scaladio, recently dead. Now, where do we check? The police or the obituaries? The obituaries didn't come out that quickly last time. The evidence room. Police archive. A man was reported to have been shot in the old ruins. Eric von Staub, born 1857, unmarried, died this year in 1880. Von Staub residence in Cordona. Known relatives: Irma von Staub, mother, died in a horse accident in 1877. Man, horses will mess you up. Magda Irma von Staub, sister, lives in von Staub Relevant on Baskerville Street, between Vernay Street and Bonaparte Street in southern Scaladio. Vernay. Vernay, Bonaparte, Baskerville. Bonaparte. Baskerville, Vernay. Somewhere around hereabouts. Right? Things are moving again. Praise the sun. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, we're going here. There's a fast travel point straight north. That's convenient. Put my jacket back on, it's getting late. And back to Redden we go.
Extra, extra! Art stolen, children homeless! The deplorable theft of an auctioned painting compromises the building of a children's shelter. Interested in some Cordona news? Check the front page.
In a new low for the deplorable criminal underbelly of Cordona, a precious painting was stolen from Sir Finley Lane's gallery during an auction to raise money for homeless children. As the main lot, organizers had pinned their hopes on building a shelter for the needy on the valuable artwork. When it went missing, the fundraiser was halted until the piece was recovered or an item of similar value was donated for the purpose. As it stands, construction of the home for the desperate and sickly youth seems unlikely. We call on all to unite behind this worthy cause and donate whatever can be afforded. And to those who conspired to see the painting taken, we simply say, shame on you. Call it what you will.
You won't regret
The
it.
fact is, all we did was prevent the construction of a workhouse. It was your fault, kid. I'm not apologizing for that one. Right, now where is this place? Olive to Olive? From the garden? Now, which of these places is the front entrance?
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day. Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day.
Okay. I see how it is. Pretty sure I already have police uniform. And a police cap. And some brainy glasses. And a pencil-thin mustache. And some tan. There. Practically invisible.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Her boudoir, you say? Oops. Okay, that's just a cow on the actual couch. There's no stuff to investigate in here. Let's do some questioning.
Good day, miss. I regret to disturb you at this tragic time, but could you spare a moment?
Oh, officer. I've been waiting. Is his body still in that horrible place?
A horrible place? I should introduce you to the Undertaker. But first, you and I shall get to know one another.
Pale. You know, understandable considering. Is this skin from her ointment, or stain from her ointment? She's in mourning. Again, it's not really news. Bruised recently. And some red staining. Some yellow marks. Magda von Staub, a frail and sad lady, her 20s, is the sister of Eric von Staub. She wears a black ribbon as a gesture of mourning, and her face looks tired. While all her attire is neat, there are two interesting peculiarities. First, I found multicolored paint flecks, which suggest a passion for painting. The red color prevails. Second, substantial traces of ointment on her dress indicate heavy usage. Multiple bruises, a blood disease, unlikely. And this game is depressing sometimes.
I am Officer Holmes. I take it you are Magda von Staub, the sister of the deceased?
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I am.
My deepest condolences, Miss von Staub. Your brother's body will be returned to you shortly, as I believe the case will soon be closed. Nevertheless, there remain some formalities requiring attention. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh, if you must. But I'm unsure if I will be of much help.
Forgive my intrusion, but I must inquire about your bruises. Did you take a tumble?
Oh, I have a weak disposition. It is not so bad, but my skin marks more easily than a peach. It is the least of my sorrows.
But, Miss von Staub, I can tell you suffered new bruises even before the old ones had healed.
I have nothing more to add, Officer Holmes. It is what it is.
Do you know if Mr. von Staub had any enemies? Someone that may have sought to do him harm?
Enemies? I don't know. He and I did not discuss such matters, and he was rarely called upon by visitors. My brother's only guests were his friendly contests, but I was not allowed to participate. I merely heard it all from my room.
Contests?
Eric would practice shooting on the patio, and occasionally friends would join him, but I couldn't tell you if they ever argued.
Where were you when your brother died, Miss von Staub?
I was here painting Eric's portrait. My God, you could have asked the servants.
Alas, I needed to hear it from your lips. May I take a look at Mr. von Staub's room? His personal effects may prove invaluable in our understanding of the case.
Please do. Here's the key.
Okay. With a revolver at the range we're looking at, the most important detail to discovering the culprit is going to be whether they had any shooting skills. Magda is a woman in the 1800s. It's not impossible, but considering how controlling her husband was...
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Door doesn't open.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Pew, 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 pew.
Oh, I love it when you're reckless. Were those Limoges porcelain?
You have a keen eye.
Well, I suppose it's yours. Next time, shoot with a blindfold.
Okay, the third rule is just don't kill anybody. Never miss the opportunity to practice your shooting skills. One of the 3 rules. Most important of which is, of course, do not talk about Blind Dueling Club. Precarious direction to be pointing that cannon, my good sir. Copy of Crime and Punishment. My favorite of Frogwares' games. Dear Mr. Von Staub, thank you for your recent statement of debts owing. I assure you that I am well aware of these 70,000 gold marks to which you are entitled. Indeed, the figure lingers in my mind every time I see you at the club. Please rest assured that I am eager to put an end to your worrying and have, in fact, already begun to prepare for the opportunity. Until then, I remain grateful for the patience and goodwill that accompanies men of nobility such as yourself. With some respect, H.F. von C. That amount of money is definitely worth killing over.
A wealthy man in his 60s. Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879.
Dear Mr. Boddington, thank you so promptly responding to my request and sending us your portrait. Magda's admiration for you has grown ever greater. I can see that she is overdue to soon be engaged to such a remarkable gentleman. Many fine suitors have been seeking my sister's hand, but I believe that only a man of your caliber is worthy of becoming her husband and protector. Even Stubb. You make it sound so nice, but I don't know how she would have felt about being engaged by someone else to a man twice her age.
A typical crest for a league or a guild.
Crossed pistols in gold.
Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration.
Dear Mr. von Staub, we have received your application under conditions. We will study your profile and credentials and, of course, informs the owner that a consul you've applied to be his successor. Yours faithfully, Maximilian Gunzer of the German Foreign Office. So man had quite a few irons in the fire. How many of them am I meant to believe in?
This whip is well loved and well used.
It's deeply unfortunate. I just sold someone a bunch of Sherlock Holmes games. Oh, do tell, Scuffle! In addition to Sherlock Holmes. Yes, Sherlock and Sherlock. Two men, both alike in dignity. And fair London, where our story lies. Let's see if we can't restore these burned letters using the magic of chemistry. Sherlock Holmes is the villain of the arsenal. I know, Scuff, you missed it. We met. Okay, we didn't mean. We found a pre-recorded message from good old Arsene in the previous case. And he called us Mr. Sholmes. Yes. Of course, this same company responsible for this game has already made an entire Sherlock Holmes versus Arsène Lupin game. -4 -4 +1 6 10 3 I sell a lot of Sherlock Holmes board games. I imagine you do, Scuffle. I run a puzzle shop. I am aware. I am still remembering our last chat, brief though it was. Some fragments, the variety of handwriting suggests multiple authors. Miss von Staub let me profess my hand and heart are still, if not for your brother's refusal, okay? The motive against Mrs. von Staub is piling up higher and higher, but I'm still not sure if it's physically possible for her to have committed the crime, considering how difficult case would have been to make that shot. The Prussian Army Guide to Corporal Punishment, extract from books 1 through 5. Well, what about 3 and 4? What happened to them? So now we still must inquire with the maid.
Is this familiar to you?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Thank you, madame. The Von Staub servants confirmed that Miss Von Staub didn't leave the house on the day of Eric's death. That seems like a bulletproof solution. Unless they're all in on it, which wouldn't surprise me seeing what a colossal piece of shit the victim was.
Could you help me?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
God, these servants are so helpful. Eric always left by foot while wearing his yellow outfit, that's all they know. Well, as it happens... I can't change clothes here. As it happens, I am in possession of a yellow suit. Hideous, and I don't want to wear it if I can avoid it, but...
A handsome portrait of Eric. Miss von Staub does have talent.
It's more yellow than red, so her little story about paint stains doesn't quite work out because she had a ton of red overlapping the yellow.
The black paint looks thick. It's been mixed with something. The rounds have been emptied.
Yet more chemical analyses. Unusual stain of black paint. The pigment smells of gunpowder. The paint was mixed with gunpowder. That is interesting. Dr. Oibit's ointment.
An ointment by a Dr. Herbert with a lavender and pine scent.
Can I do chemistry on that? Nope. Anti-bruising medication. I think we already know what that was about.
Excellent score.
Nice shooting tax.
She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman. The end and the beginning.
Looks suggestive of the crime scene, but I couldn't be certain.
She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman.
Straight back to work, gotta go. Okay, thanks for popping your head in, quick scuffle. Okay, we still gotta find someone who will tell us what there is to know. I'll still be watching, I'll still be talking. Okay. Okay, our only remaining lead is to find someone who will tell us something about the Blind Shooters Club. You know, the first rule is that you don't talk about it. A conundrum, that. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew.
I'm sorry, I don't follow. I'm sorry, I don't follow.
There is an unfinished portrait of your brother in your room. Beautiful to be sure, but one detail drew my attention. Why did you add gunpowder to your black paint?
You entered my room? I thought you were only inspecting Eric's.
It is standard procedure, Miss von Staub. Now, tell me about the gunpowder.
Eric's art was his shooting, and this painting is my tribute to him. It felt appropriate. We're both artists, in different ways. I beg your pardon?
I found burnt letters in your brother's room. I believe they were addressed to you.
To me? From whom?
They appear to be from some of your suitors. Why did you burn them?
I didn't. I didn't even know about them. Eric, he never said a word.
One of the revolver cases in your brother's room is missing. Do you know where it may be?
I'm not permitted in Eric's quarters. I suppose he must have taken it with him. I beg your pardon?
It seems you and Mr. Boddington were to be engaged. Were you as thrilled at the prospect as your brother?
Mr. Boddington is not how I had imagined my husband. But it was Eric's choice. I didn't dare dispute it. Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Is this familiar to you?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
People say the symbol is on an aristocrat's manor in southern Grand Surrey. Perhaps the upper-class inhabitants there can help. Okay, now we know where to go. Now we can change into the relevant outfit. And we don't have a color-coordinated top hat. Guess that's all I have to do. Yeah, that's a good look. Right. Now then. Southern Grand Surrey. Right, look for someone of an aristocratic bearing. Not you. I got this on my eyes. What are matches aristocrats? I don't know. Not you, you're a merchant. You're a baker. You're a candlestick maker. You're just a cook. Un capitan. There you are.
May I ask you something?
That's a question I can answer.
The crest represents an honorable club on Baskerville Street, in between Souls Row and Silent Way. Access is exclusive to members only. Good thing I have the right clothes and I'm really good at bluffing. Okay. Between Souls Row and Silent Way on Baskerville Street. Here's Silent Way. There's Baskerville Street. There's Souls Row, which should be somewhere in this area. Straight south of the Church of St. Nick. Mitsu, when are you going to learn how to talk? You freaking do it for a living now. Now, this looks like the place.
Please come in, sir. The gentlemen are waiting for you on the training ground. Down the stairs.
It was my Captain Morgan pose here that was to convince him I belong here. I'm a suave motherfucker.
Fancy? Not every manor has a custom floor.
That is the von Kramkrest, the old Prussian noble family. They must be patrons of the club.
Interesting. Well, now that we're here, let's see what there is to find. Bura Prezidentin Obungsel. I don't speak Russian, or German, or Prussian for that matter. But what I do speak is missing guns. One revolver is missing. Heinrich Alois Vogens von Kram, 1854, Das Wunder. Das Wunderwaffen. Perhaps Flammenwerfer. It werfs Flammen. Gideon Friedrich Vogen von Kram, 1826 to 1872. Der Schütze. The Schulze adds the targets and he makes it go bang bang. Oh yeah. Can't read the morning paper. Alois Werner von Kram 17. Das Alderhog. Okay, is that all this room has to offer us? No. The guest book. A guest book with messages for the many reputable visitors to the club. An invigorating visit that reaffirms the need to preserve German traditions across the world. From Frederick Wilhelm, Crown Prince of Prussia. And I was honored to meet the head of the club, Heinrich Eugen von Kram, who does such good for our city. Long live the German-British friendship. From Sir William Sinclair, Governor of California. Heinrich Eugen von Kram, I believe Heinrich Eugen von Kram is quite deeply in debt to Mr. von Staub. How interesting. My door is locked. This door is not locked. Excuse me. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. Be diplomatic. Do not commit murder. Oh. This seems a bit much, fellas.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Take this! Time to knock this guy out.
Very careful. Uppercut! Uppercut! Ow, ow, ow. Who? Who? How? Why? When? How dare? What? Stop that! Stop that!
He's all yours now. Go for it. Hey,
God!
You could have kept him alive.
Mother! I hate this game. I actually hate these combat segments.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Now we just gotta sit here and wait for them to ineffectually clink the hilts of their knives off my chest. Didn't even bother programming a real death animation. Lazy. Lazy, lazy, lazy.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
I'm gonna hurt you. I will end you. Not that easy.
Enough of the shit.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Eat lead.
No more crime for you until next month.
Overcome him, don't.
Oh, he was wearing a flower-proof mask, I see.
Time to knock this guy out.
Obviously, how could I have been so
The
foolish?
snuff's ready.
Who else wants some?
I couldn't miss the party.
Good night.
No more crime for you until next month.
Oh god, what now? What's you? God, why is it on his back? Come on over, buddy. There you go. Please lie down.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Man, I know this game. I know that's going to count.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Get it over with. Come on, come on. Some of us have places to be.
Take this!
Load times are not great for a professionally produced game.
Shake a leg. Get him.
Get ready for some pain. Eat lead.
Oh, that accomplished nothing great.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother moving. You've locked.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I couldn't miss the party.
No more.
The snuff's ready.
Dodge this! I'm coming.
Ow! Don't bother.
Give him the pepper.
Take a nap. Oh.
Dodge this!
Oh god, I hate all of my hate.
I couldn't miss the party.
This game sucks. This game is not good. You can't base your entire combat system around non-lethal kills. I didn't make them so goddamn difficult to pull off.
Could it be that you're not completely hopeless?
Right. If this doesn't close the case by itself, I might actually uninstall.
Clever system.
The Blind Dealing Club book. The club was founded by I Don't Care. Obviously made up backstory.
The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition. All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
And in the crime scene. A collection of telegrams. Can't come, fear for my life, must leave Cordona at once, sorry, be careful, from Dorfman. Splashed anarchists are everywhere, it's their fault, I shall come to our emergency assembly at once and bring my gunmen, Hassenkampf. I'll be there, alas, poor von Staub, what the English lieutenant...
A nice apricot aroma. Marilyn schnapps, I presume. Half full.
Schnapps.
2 glasses with dregs of alcohol. Should I pour us a drink, John?
And on the floor next to us, we have a broken
Glass.
glass.
Underfoot with damp traces still visible.
Rat just faced through a wall. Incredible.
Who the devil are you? I won't go down without a fight.
Sherlock Holmes. And if I wanted a fight, you would already be on the floor. Fortunately for you, I'm merely here to ask a few questions.
Is that so? Well, come on, pretty boy. How about I fix that nose of yours? Give it a bit more character.
Enough. Your compatriots attacked me and I responded. They still have their lives, unlike Mr. von Staub.
True. At least you are not a murderer. Fine, you may speak.
Why speak when you can merely observe? He has a glass eye, so he couldn't. We seem to be at a shortage of people who could have committed the murder. And yet you have a champion's badge. Red spot, possibly blood. But very easily not, considering where we are. Signet ring of the von Krum crest. And dirt from the old ruins. This is Heinrich Forget von Krum, the head of the Blind Dueling Club. He descends from German nobility. His signet suffers from poor eyesight, though he conceals it well. The dirt at his knees is the same as the ruins, and the red spot on one of his sleeves is not the result of my recent fights. A valuable witness, potential suspect. Potential suspect. It's interesting how the suspicious option is the one where the spot on him isn't the victim's blood. You have motive, and you are a champion.
So you are Mr. Von Kram, one of the club's best shots, the referee of the deadly duel, and the prime suspect of the case.
Heinrich Fergen von Kram, but you're incorrect. I am the best shot at the club, and I had nothing to do with Erich's death.
Your clothes tell a different story. The dirt on your trousers confirms your presence in the old ruins, and the red stain on your jacket is from the wax-covered gelatin your club uses for non-lethal rounds. I suspect you took a hit from the other duelist after Mr. von Staub was shot dead. A better shooter would have avoided it.
I am innocent, but if you persist in your slander, that may well change.
Fine. Answer my questions and prove me wrong. Otherwise, I shall simply inform the authorities we have our man.
First violence, now blackmail. Ah, well, I have nothing to hide. You may even search my surrounds.
I'd like to speak with the other competitor.
He left the island. Mr. Dorfman was sure that the killer was after him. He is innocent, I assure you.
Indeed, from his position it would be impossible to fire the bullet at such a downward trajectory, but he was a witness. Shame. So, what transpired in the old ruins?
Everything began as normal. The signatures, choice of weapons. I checked it all, and then blindfolded the duelists. Erich stood to my left, and his opponent, Mr. Dorfman, to my right. Before they could begin, the killer fired. And I'm sure it was not Dorfman.
Why are you so sure?
The sound was different. Not a Webley revolver, and further away. The killer must be an excellent shot to hit the heart.
Who said anything about hitting the heart? I think we're done here.
Did you or the other duelist see the murderer?
No. The killer slipped away into the hills, so we turned our attention to Erich. Rest his soul.
And neither of you pursued the culprit?
I will not have my character impugned. We had only blank cartridges and a fallen friend at our feet. He was our focus.
You said the killer was an excellent shot. Do you suspect someone from the club?
Definitely not. No one from the club would break our rules.
What transpired after the shooting?
I heard Erich cry out and fall. Mr. Dorfman turned and fired at the killer, but I shouted at him to stop and help. I tried to save Erich, but it was too late. He was gone. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before.
You have a nice collection of pistols, Mr. Von Kram.
Ah, a fellow connoisseur of firearms. Did something catch your eye?
What caught my eye is a missing Lamat. Where is it?
Ah, that one. I lost it in a bet. A rare failure of mine.
A bet with whom?
That's private, Mr. Holmes, and unrelated to your investigation. I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before.
It seems you owed Mr. von Staub a small fortune.
A fortune to you, perhaps, but a trifle to me. Our debts ebbed and flowed. In our next contest, there was every chance I would win it back. Erich was too concerned about all that. Frankly, he often lacked the demeanor of a nobleman. His progressive tendencies could be grating.
Uh-huh.
I can't help you with this. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before.
Last year, there was a similar incident in which a duelist died. What can you tell me?
A tragedy. I shot too well, and my opponent stumbled from the impact. He slipped and fell down the cliff. I regret it all. I have not participated in a duel since. Instead, I only take the role of a referee and supervise the proceedings for safety. I swore that no other club member would die in a duel. Alas, someone else intervened. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this.
As it happens, a Lamat .42 caliber revolver was discovered at the crime scene. You said you were missing a Lamat, yes?
I did, but my Lamat was a .36 caliber.
And you can prove that?
My word is proof enough. If I said it, it is true.
Token of gratitude for your generosity.
How to sharpen one's senses.
Okay, letter.
Addressed to Heinrich von Kram and written with a nervous hand. Arrived just yesterday.
Eric, having a von Kram in the position of honorary consul is the only way to earn the respect of other countries. Your name is too small for the state position. My noble Prussian family is the guarantee that the Empire can and will stand above all other nations. H.F. von Kram. Eric's response is written on the other side of the letter. Heinrich, good grief, what nonsense. Your family line has been corrupted by excess. You are the last and best example of this decadence, this fin de race. A dying breed. Our empire needs better men. Stronger, more modern. Do you truly believe such a superficial person burdened with debts, gambling in his blood, should be entrusted with the responsibilities of the state? Moreover, have you ever known a cripple to be held up as the figurehead of his country? I am the only legitimate candidate to replace the German honorary consul to Cordona. Spare yourselves the embarrassment and withdraw your candidacy before your weaknesses are made public. E. von Stab.
Look, Sherry, I'm head of the club.
Professor Stoltz, ophthalmologist, Kinderkrankenhaus.
Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood. Cecilia von Kram with Heinrich, Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder.
Von Kram family donates 5,000 Thaler to the Cologne Children's Hospital, 1865.
Recordings labelled in Braille.
Your ability to perceive the world can be developed with work and concentration.
Interesting.
You and Eric were competing for the position of honorary consul, yes? Quite the title.
We were, but he stood no chance. Only a true nobleman could take such a role.
Difficult for him to contest it now. There must be more you can recall from the day of the duel.
I wish. My eyes make me a poor witness, I'm afraid.
Yes, your blindness. An affliction since childhood, one presumes. No scars on your face, and you carry yourself with confidence.
I'm starting to see your worth, Mr. Holmes.
But this limitation developed your other senses and made you an excellent marksman. So, tell me, did you notice anything else?
I do recall a floral smell. Something artificial. It was sweet and fresh and came from the direction of the killer.
Perhaps...
Do you recognize this scent?
Yes. This is it. The smell I noticed at the ruins. Where did you get it? Do you know who killed Eric? Tell me his name.
I need to be elsewhere.
Okay. I still suspect him more than her, but leave no stone unturned. Hello, Pokélink. I do see you there. I'm just a bit distracted. We are at current time working on some side cases. Even was this place. We are working on the case of a man shot by a third party during a duel with blank cartridges. Oh, there's so much stuff here. Good Lord above. There is so much stuff in this court record. Baskerville Street between Vernet and Bonaparte. Southern Scalato. Rene Bonaparte Baskerville. Baskerville. Rene Bonaparte. I assume they're gonna make us change back into our policeman disguise. It's part of our journey in. Not everybody is as accommodating as every witness we've met in the game except this guy.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub.
Going on a trip, miss?
No, I'm leaving permanently. This place brought me nothing but sorrow. I am sorry. What do you want?
Thank you for your time, miss.
I kinda just wanted to talk to you. Seems a bit of a leap, too.
May I ask you something?
I'm sorry, but I can't help, officer.
I guess that's the just, you've gotta talk to this person to make the accusation bubble. Okay. Okay, I don't suspect her, primarily for the reason that we don't have reason to believe she could make a shot that difficult. We know she lived in a house with guns, but that is not the same thing as being able to pull off that specific shot. A pistol at that range is not easy. Is there a way you get a trust shooting? Nah, even if that was a thing they programmed into the game, I could easily accuse her of just, you know, deliberately throwing to cast suspicion away from herself. But I mean, the other suspect we have is a champion shooter, and in debt to the victim, and in competition for a political title. And also, and you see where I'm going with this. And also he has a spot on his wrist from where we know the culprit had been shot at. And also I just don't like him. That's also part of it. The only case we really have against the woman is that she has paint on her, which, I mean, she is an artist, and there was a big bright red tie in her most recent work. And the fact that she owned a gun, or rather her husband did, and testimony from the other suspect, who, again, we know could have made the shot and has financial motive and is kind of a jackass. And.
Mr. von Kram, I know you murdered Erich von Staub.
You joke, I didn't do it.
On the contrary, when the opportunity arose, you pounced.
What was the window of opportunity? One of them was a referee.
You were present at the duel, and you were the only one who wasn't blindfolded.
I am an excellent shot. If I wanted to kill someone, it wouldn't matter whether or not I was blindfolded. But that doesn't mean I wanted Eric dead.
What was the motive? You're fighting... The two of you were fighting over the consul position.
Did you not? The position of honorary consul would be quite the feather in your cap, but Mr. von Staub stood in your way.
Friends are worth more than fame, Mr. Holmes. But of course you wouldn't understand. Lacking either. We were rivals, yes, but also peers.
Well, this friendship of yours certainly took a turn when you picked up the murder weapon.
A murder weapon? A .42 caliber Lamont revolver.
Your pistol collection is missing a piece, the murder weapon you disposed of after the kill.
I lost it in a bet. For God's sake, you'd make a stuffed bird laugh.
Mr. von Kram, I believe you are the one responsible for Eric von Staub's death. You are now under my arrest and will be escorted to the police.
I have never been so insulted in all my life. I am innocent, as you will soon find out.
You arrested Mr. von Kram for murder, but I feel uneasy about the situation. I'm not sure we've made the right... What? I don't see who else it could have been. Yeah, that's... We've been going at it for several hours.
I didn't do it. I didn't. Please, please, sir. Believe me, I'm sorry. I didn't do it.
But it was he was the referee. That's why I accused him.
Are you sure Von Kram was lying? I don't know. Arresting him feels wrong.
There's only one other suspect, and the case against her was exponentially weaker. Oh well. I get out of this stupid jacket. And I think that's where I will call this stream. We're going on almost 4 hours. If I can stall for exactly a minute, we'll break exactly 4 hours. So, I think I will do just that. Talking very slowly, very deliberately, as I introduce the person we will be raiding. Oh goodness me, a hydrate, oh boy. Anyway. Imagine y'all are probably a bit tired after 4 hours of watching me string together attempts at solving murders. So, we're going to be raiding someone who's playing a much simpler game. Virtual Taffy is currently playing Crab Game, a game where you fight. Not the crab game that is the ripoff of Squid Game, but the crab game where you are actually crabs and you fight. Please treat Taffy with all the respect and dignity you treated me with when we were here, and I will see you all this weekend. You will be raiding now. And I bid you all farewell. Bye-bye.
For the love of God, for the love of God, stop. Come on. Stop. Stop.
Come on, what's up? What's up?
Stop.
What's good? What's good?
Stop.